Okay, I guess let's try that. Um, maybe. Oh, you see it now? Oh, great. Awesome. Oh, hey, Achiba. I I have no idea what has been going on with this. We have had some serious problems with this going on. There's actually nothing over on Twitch for whatever reason, and I have no clue what's going on. We'll try to toggle that. I'm just gonna. Oh yeah, Hokagovi, the 2D modeler, the guy who actually did the art and the rigging, is actually in chat right now. That's Chiba Kune. Thank you, Chiba, for dropping by. Hey, Samo. Wow, we've got a lot of people here. Um, welcome in, guys. All right, awesome, perfect, amazing. I can't promise that things will be working over on the Twitch side, but at the very least, if you're watching this on Twitch, head over to YouTube because we have confirmation that it is absolutely working on YouTube. So take that for what you will. I have no real control over it at this point. I'm kind of a streaming noob, so you'll have to just kind of forgive me a little bit. I'm just going to check one last time here to see if there's any changes on the YouTube side or on the Twitch side on mobile. Because there might be. There's a possibility. We can hope so. Anyway, um, nah, it still looks like a black screen over on the Twitch side. So Twitch viewers, get on over to YouTube. I will stop streaming on Twitch for right now, I think, and I'll just stream it on YouTube. All right, perfect, amazing. We're here finally. All right. So, what I was saying before, goodness, um, is when I first go in to have any kind of anything going on with the we chose Jitterdoll ultimately as our um goodness me, our song that we're going to be working on here. So I have the track open in Open UTAU just because I like the multi-track feature. Being able to work on multiple tracks at once is super nice, and also being able to time it up and hear like a pseudo mix with the music. That's just the only reason why I use it is because of the multi-tracking. If Amaya comes through and Synth U comes out, we'll see where things go with that. So awesome. Um, okay. Sorry, I was responding to a message. I just saw your message, Holka. Yeah, don't worry. This is an 18 plus stream, so we're fine with that. We're fine with that. Okay, so what I had done previously was that there was a little bit of tuning here. Since we selected Jitterdoll, what I'm wanting to do now is to go in and actually find the key of it. So what we're going to do is we're going to search Jitterdoll, Niki, key, and BPM. Now I went ahead and I checked this website Gem Tracks because this had it, um, and we just have to enter the title, and then we wait for it to populate, and then here it is, Sneaky featuring Lily, and we see it's in the key of B major. There's a couple of different sites. Hey Crow, glad you can make it. Um, there's a couple of different sites that you can use in order to be able to find the key of a particular song. This will come into play later when you're doing your tuning. So we see that Jitterdoll is in the key of B major. Now, I have a really weird way of finding out what notes are in a particular scale, but I definitely recommend that you figure out which notes are in the scale that the song is written in. For instance, if we search B major scale notes, and then we'll just do like an image search here. I have safe search moderate, so I don't think we'll have any problems with that. But we see that the B major scale is B, C sharp, D sharp, E, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, B, which is weird notation for B flat and E flat, but whatever. Anyway, so what that's going to sound like if we open up the piano roll here is we have it's going to sound like a solfege, which is do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. That's your standard solfege. So if I were to play the white keys for the C major scale, ignoring the misclick, we hear the same differences between the notes. Now, there's a reason why we want to know what key that our song is in. Now, I've just originally it was up here. I just right click, snap to previous note, turn that off, and we're going to drag this down. So, yes, exactly, Hokagobi. Also fellow clarinet player. Nice to see it. Love to see it. All right. So, down here we already have some rendering of the WAV file that that will give us kind of like an idea of where each note, where each sound sample is going to be. If we play it just like it is right now, it's going to sound a little boring. So we now I've done a little bit of extra work here, and I've added in ending breaths to each of these notes. You can use ending breaths, you can use trailing vowels, whatever you want to use. I highly recommend that you do use them. But we can take this sample right here. It sounds okay, but we can make it sound better. So um, the opening of Jitterdoll is actually kind of more. It's not quite strong, but it's not weak. So that's why I'm going with just the core voice bank here, the core expression for Rokopoid. All right, so what we want to do is, or what I'm going to do. Oh, are we too quiet? Okay, I got you. That was also the best way that I've ever had somebody tell me to turn up the volume. That was great. That was great. All right. All right. So we see that like the sound starts here at the fourth beat of the of measure 21. So like anything that I can do over here or that I would do over here, um, it's not really going to do anything. Like it's like that right there. I can do that all day, and it's just not going to do anything because there's no sound here. So instead, what we would do is we want to make sure that we're on where like the sound starts, and then I like to do a gentle slide in, and let's see here. For this, now remember, we're working in the key of B major. So for this, what I think I'm going to do is just a small vibrato right here and then trilled in. Now let's make it dramatic. Yeah, we can afford to make it a little dramatic. And then we're going to also, we'll be messing around with the tension a little bit later, but um, I didn't reset any of the anything. Um, we're gonna we're gonna be messing around with the velocity quite a bit, so I'll go ahead and I'll pull the velocity here. Give us some. All right, so the way that I now this is strictly the way that I do it, but what I like to do is I like to go over the sounds how I would sing it and try to mimic that tuning or the tuning that I hear in my voice. So like here I wouldn't go just ame agaru tochu no no, I go ame agaru tochu no. So there's a slight bit of delay or the M sound in me here is is delayed. So what we do is we bring the consonant velocity down. That's basically what vel is consonant velocity. Anything to the left of this pink line will be delayed. So if we just play these two, so now we have a meh instead of just a meh. It has a little bit more emotion, you see. So now we're going to move on to the rest of the phrase here. And we're going to see when you have line notes in a line here, it can sound really robotic if you don't tune them. And this is where I like to do something like one of these. He's mute. What? You're kidding. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what's going on. Let's try this. Ame agade tochuno. Is that better? Because I think what you were hearing before was like feedback or crossbleed from my headphones. So awesome, amazing. All right, so like I was saying, we got Ame agade to. So you can either do one of these boys right here, which is just basically taking the pitch line of the ah sound here, and I just stretched it over, and we just ignore this pitch line here. She doesn't even go here anyway. Um, and then we have a slide coming up next. So, Omega don't you know? So, using my own singing as a reference, it's there's a fall there. So, it's Omega don't you know? And we just work as quickly as possible. And I'm going to just add some vibrato here. Speed it up just a little bit. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an H sound in front of the U. So I have who as a sound as a recorded sound in this voice bank, and the um, I'm going to delay the H sound so it sounds more like chuno instead of chuno, in hopes that it'll give us a little bit more of an emotional vibe. Just a few handful of tricks and we have something that already sounds way better. I don't like how much velocity there is there. Um, Not as much as I would like. But I think what we can do here is we can crossfade that a little better. Bring this forward, speed up the velocity here. So now we have a conundrum here because this ending breath right here tags into this, which means that it's going to continue, it's going to get that portamento. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pull this back. And then I'm going to give the sh of C a little bit of room to breathe. But we're going to fade it in like that. Any questions so far? So on the C, I think I want it to go C, C, like, but actually on pitch. Decay will actually, okay, so everything to the right of the pink bars here, consider the pink bar down here at the bottom to basically be your pre-utterance in your auto. Anything to the right is what's getting repeated and also what is in the constant value of your auto. Decay will bring that value down. So so you see how every region has a crossfade here. Basically, beyond the repeating section, at the point where these points cross over, that volume level is controlled by the decay. So that is essentially what the decay value does. Make sense? Right. And then same thing that we did with the ah in the last phrase. Basically, we're just going to ignore the pitch bend here on na. Because these two phrases are so similar, we can basically tune them alike. And we'll go ahead and just I don't really love the way that this sounds. So I'm going to raise this value. Your biggest tool in your arsenal when you're doing this is your ears. Always listen and make sure that it sounds natural, or that it sounds as natural as it can get. When working with the CV bank, you obviously have a different workflow than working with a VCB bank, but I digress. But basically, what I will do is that I will basically go through the UST kind of like this, and we will, at the end of it, have something that sounds quite nice. Um, I don't really love the fact that it just kind of snaps to te here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one of these guys. Um, but this is another thing too. You can overtune, and that's also not super great. So if we were to basically do something like this. I mean, the tuning on these two phrases are basically going to be similar, if not the same. Hello, Excel Pub Bro. I hope that you are having a great day. We're doing some singing robot work here after a lot of technical difficulties. And I do mean a lot. Oh, you actually are a first time YouTube channel owner. Well, congratulations on that. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty. We do the singing robot stuff. And let's see here. I think for this I wanted to. Let me see here. Miki me ni konekuta tsunagu doryoku. This is where I'm going to actually take a little bit of a variation from the previous phrase and have it. Oh, vector. Got it. Got you. Alrighty. Well, we will go forward then. What in the world is going on?
右目にコネクタ、コネクタ、
Let's see. I think
コネクタ、
I want a little bit of vibrato here.
コネクタ、
Okay, and
コネクタ、
go ahead and the reason that we go so sharply down here is because there's a space here where there's absolutely nothing. So to emphasize the of da, then we we basically go down, then rise, and kind of like go all over the place just a little bit. What kind of flags come with Hi-Fi Sampler? Let me actually pull up their GitHub page. So, with Hi-Fi Sampler, you get gender range from -600 to 600. Um, breathiness, voicing, growl, normalization, um, pitch altering, which is it's useful in some situations. Um, uh, Vector, I'm so sorry, I didn't see your message. Yes, I am using Hi-Fi Sampler, but I'm also using my personal voice bank, which was recorded in a pseudo professional studio setting. So that also does play a part. I also did a lot of work making sure that he was ready to go. But yes, I do use Hi-Fi Sampler uh, as far as that is concerned to boost certain things. Now it does have a counter impact of like nerfing his powerful voice bank, but the clarity is really good. Um, back to the flags here. We have tension, amplitude, which basically whenever you do a vibrato, it will actually modify the volume to give it kind of more realistic vibrato. Because when you do vibrato, you not only have fluctuating pitch, you have fluctuating volume as well. So, uh, yeah, I would agree with that, Vector. Um, realistically, um, when you're looking for a resampler, like a good resampler to use, because every voice bank is going to be recorded under different circumstances. Uh, yes, tremolo. That is the exact word that I was looking for, Hokokobi. Thank you. Um, so basically, whenever you're looking for a resampler, kind of any variety, the recommendation is that you would go in and, of course, you would use your um, use your own judgment. Basically, you would have to test with different resamplers, to see what sounds best for you and or what you think that you would be able to mix out, because every single rendering engine is going to have a little bit of engine noise. This is true for Vocaloid, for SynthV, for UTAU especially, with the different resamplers that we have. in the UTAU kind of like sphere, if you will. So yeah, I mean it is something that does happen, and it is something that you have to play around with to kind of get a feel for it. But yeah, that's absolutely true. And when you're finding the one that works best for you, just be aware that it's not going to be the best for everybody. Like, Hi-Fi Sampler is a very heavy resampler, and it is resource heavy, and it also, um, while you're rendering, there's a lot of things to kind of take into consideration. Um, but the good news is that if you are able to run it, and if you do not have the issues with it, um, sorry, I'm also checking Discord messages and things like that while I'm talking. Um, not being able to repitch is a pain. Yeah, yeah. MacRes as a kind of like general rule is not as great as I think that it could be. Um, old laptops and hi-fi sampler mixed together about as well as old people and technology. Jeez Louise. Okay. But yeah, that's hi-fi sampler. And it's available at this GitHub link from OpenHachimi. If you're going to try it, I definitely recommend getting this one, this version here, version 0.0.6, because it has a lot of quick start stuff. It's got a lot of things that work a lot better. It does work better if you do have an NVIDIA card because it does have some CUDA acceleration and multi-threading as far as that is concerned. But but yeah, definitely would recommend. Back to tuning, however. So so we're on Migi Meni Konekuta, and as I was saying, we have Ta here, and one thing that you can do is to a use one of your H samples with it blended very well. It kind of depends on like how it was recorded. So like my H samples are not super strong in this particular voice bank, or at least they're strong enough to where you can differentiate, but it doesn't. It's easier if I just show you.
右目にコネクター
So here's where we can kind of mess around a little bit with the dynamics. And I'm going to go ahead and open that up. And I think what I want to do is something about like that.
クターズ
Yeah. So what I did there was that I looked at this little section here that looks a little bit quieter than the rest of the vowel, and I just drew a little curve over it.
にコネクターつなぐ道具
So that's how you can kind of like fake the emotion. Now, if you have long H samples, uh, okay, in tuning, would you recommend that? Would you recommend for that when a song needs to go super fast, that it would be almost impossible to hear the tuning? Would you still recommend tuning? Good question, and I will actually answer that by opening up a different UST here. So we're all familiar with the let's say the P Names song by Maritu. I did a cover saying, let's say the Furloids. It's actually available here on my channel if you guys want to go check that out. Um, so, and yes, this was all hand midied. Oh, I did. I saved. Trust me, it would prompt me if I didn't otherwise. So we're good. Um, all right. So we know that we have our talking portions, and then the song itself is very fast because it's naming off different things. I'm just going to let it play here, but I'll try to pull up parts as it plays so that you can see what I did. So we will at least attempt to do this. So this is all hand tuned. This is all hand drawn. So
やあおめはもうドキザ中人歌う曲聞き尽くしてたな
まだまだ聞いたことないキャラも映画でもキャラ
中人キャラみんなの知ってたおめも
まだまだの俺も知人にいてみれ
more sampler moment. We'll let that render, but yeah, to answer your question, I didn't because things move really fast. I just used the default portamento. You can, of course. You can do tuning on these fast parts, but personally, I don't think it makes enough of a difference to be able to justify it. But yeah, this is, let's say, the Furloids, not the P names. P names being producer names. So, all right, we should be rendered enough now to where we can talk, or where we can hear kind of more so what's going on. So,
やあおめはもうドキザ中人歌う曲聞き尽くしてたな
まだまだ聞いたことないキャラも映画でもキャラ
中人キャラみんなの知ってたおめも
まだまだの俺も知人にいてみれば
挑戦だ
それでは行くぜ
キリケとなる気へ低すぎろくれない肉だけど次が地域だけは江戸の中とりゃゆるろこのやうくのとりめる軸髪を変えてるなしきのとじとじめちびとじゃんなんはおしばようなやつなんまよくつらいしねおきくともどこけのとびよちやまときさきますびきとこにえんたいとたくやうしゅだいに
まばしろ空にオンソリバンチの竹ちびんどんでんでんバリと連長でいるメロホやアロンリンコン
but yeah, you get the point. It basically what it boils down to is it depends. If it's going at about this pace right here, I would say don't even bother. But if it's we go back to Jitterdoll here. If it's something like the part here where it goes mirare mirare kono ondo de, something like this, about this pace, I would say to go ahead and tune it. But I mean, realistically, don't let me tell you how to do your cover. If you think it sounds better untuned, by all means, do not tune it. I'm just discussing kind of more my workflow and what I personally do. And my covers come out maybe a little bit more emotional. It's not what I would call the Kami method because Kami has her own workflow. I've got my own workflow. Her covers are just as emotional, honestly, and she's based for that. I appreciate the work that she does, truly. But yes, I hope that answers your question, Vector. So if we play this with the music now, I'm hoping that I turn this, yeah, okay, I turned it down. All right, so
雨上がる途中の雫眺めて 右目にこめくたつ
So we see that there's probably a little too much kind of going on here. So I think what I'm going to do instead is just extend the.
たつ
I don't really like that either.
めくた
Let's reset this. By the way, I made a Yoru no Uta, I hope the kanji correct, remix with Otoya Mei, and I felt like the mix felt odd in some parts. It's in the r/uta. Okay. I think I saw that, and I think I might have tagged Crow actually, because um, Otoya Mei is his baby. So, and she is an absolute doll. Love her.
めくたつ
Ooh, there's a lot going on here. I don't think I like that. And that's what I mean by overtuning. Like you can overtune something and it can sound absolutely awful.
めくたつ
Yeah. Anyway, it can sound awful. And I'm not immune to that either. I've been doing this now for 15 plus years. I can't even remember, honestly. Been doing this for a long time.
つな
So do it this way and that way. Not good. Oh, I might not have. I guarantee you, he probably saw it though. He was in chat. I don't know if he's still here, but he was in chat.
つなぐ努力
More of the same thing. Ugh. Oh, that was Vector Crow. Vector did that song. Hokagobi is actually from the subreddit. Which, by the way, Hokagobi, if you want to join our Discord server, we do have that as well. But yeah, yeah, good to see you're still here, Crow.
つなぐ努力
I think what I want to do here is vibrato.
つなぐ努力 つなぐ努力みぐ努力
Let's see. Oh, I have two velocities here. Let's change one of them. Volume. Because also important is volume. Always making sure volume is correct. Oh, okay, that's totally fine. Hokagomi. That's awesome, Vector. Yeah, we had to close invites to the server for a while because of some shit happening, but that is all over and done with now. It is fully opened again to the public.
つなぐ努力
It's a cover of Michi Shirube from Violet Evergarden featuring my son Namineritsu. Uh, I know you said that he's your favorite. Or she? I see this is the whole thing. It's like canonically Bitsu is a he, but I think that like somewhere down the line Bitsu's femininity started coming out. I don't know. I don't keep up with Bitsu lore enough to be able to say one way or the other. But I will say that they're not exactly my favorites. Good voice, good opportunities to use them. I've for a couple reasons. Honestly, I've heard better, and he's got a frequency in his voice that just well, I don't know about that. I mean, I know canonically that was supposed to be the thing, but I think it was also kind of problematic. That's one reason why I just don't talk about their gender. Just I'm gonna use they them for them. Anyway, because I mean, a 6-year-old with missile tits is just odd. It's a choice. It is a choice in character design. It's not one that I think that I would have made personally, but go off, I guess. Yeah, it's actually kind of like this whole thing because like it was almost a stab at transgenderism. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. No worries, no harm, no foul. Um I am going to have to take a quick step away. So I will return in just a moment. All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. I had to step away for an IRL thing that was going on for just a moment, but we are back. So I've switched USTs. I'm not trying to switch it up on anybody. It's just that this is something that I've needed to actually work on for a while. And instead of doing Jitterdoll, we're going to do this one instead. So I'm just going to reset these pitch bends. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, okay, we're still using hi-fi stepler. All right. Um, Now, I will be completely honest, I do not know what key that this song is in, and I don't think it's documented anywhere. Let me double check myself here. Don't know why that one wasn't marked as strong, but okay. Whatever. Oh, I wonder if that means that the tension isn't correctly set. Oh, no, we're good. So, fair warning, I may have to step away again sometime soon. I just had a moment so I could break away and come back to this. Okay, according to some information that I have here, this is in the E major key. So, that's what we're going to work with. We're going to work with E major, which is there we go. So, I think what I'm going to do is yes, we're back. Welcome back, Vector. Glad you're still here. And the song we will be working on now is Miku Sabbath. This is also one of those situations where even though these lyrics are moving kind of fast, we're going to tune them a little bit. To answer your question from earlier, Vector. You sent in an entry to the Secret Santa. Awesome. Super glad. Super glad that you were able to get your entry in. I hope everybody has a great time with that.
Pogo Matsuri Magia. Magia bye.
I see you said you never participated in anything. That's totally cool. Totally cool. We'll give you some pointers along the way. Oh, that's awesome. We'll look forward to seeing what you can do. And I will be moving through this kind of quickly just because I need to actually get this tuned.
Matsuri Magia bye. Magia bye.
This is one of those situation where the attack value and the decay value are both going to come into play here.
Magia bye.
I don't really like the trailing here, so I'm going to use a trailing breath. That's just personal preference.
Magia bye. Magia bye.
Sanapuyune. I'll have to make a note to look them up.
Hoshi mo kiki namida.
Oh, thank you so much. I hope you have a good night. Have a good rest. Um, Downloads are available on howlingfoxstudios.xyz. Bye. Hope you have a good night.
Yeah. Hoshi mo kiki namida. So yeah. Hoshi mo kiki namida. So yeah. でも危険なみだ、そりゃやまい。みだ、そりゃやまいや。みだ、そりゃやまいや。なみだ、そりゃ。なみだ、そりゃ。なみだ、そりゃ。みだ、そりゃやまいや。みだ、そりゃやまいや。だ、そりゃやまいや。
IE transfers. And this is another thing too, where if you hear something and it doesn't quite sound right, definitely mess around with like the placement of the line and the velocity settings until you get something that sounds correct.
やまや。やまや。やまや。いや。
How we doing out there? Everybody having a good night? Sure hope so.
星種も危険なみだ、そりゃやまや。そりゃやまや。
I hope that anybody who's watching this VOD is actually learning something and just and you guys participating live too, you know. I hope you're learning something and we're not just sitting here chilling, although there's nothing wrong with that either. Where'd my velocity? There it is.
Maya. アリクバイ。
I don't know that I love the start on that. What if we did something kooky, like a vocal fry?
Big. 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 Big.
Hmm. Something's happening here.
Biku. Biku. Biku.
I know how to fix this. So, this happens sometimes. Chilling and learning at the same time. Exactly, Crow. I was a little bit late reading your message, but that's okay. So this is something that will happen from time to time, and what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have an engine that is available for us to set in the engine factor that we can, or in the engine expression that will handle the note in question a little bit better.
Biku.
Um,
Goodbye.
I don't think that tips is it. Wait a minute. I bet it's anything. I bet. Let's see. Breathiness.
Biku.
Is that too low?
Biku.
No, I think that's just tips being tips. Okay, well, let's see here. We've got a few that we can choose from. What about this one?
Biku.
That's definitely not the way to go. Oh, I bet that's it. I bet that's it. So we actually have to add gender to this in order for it to sound right.
Biku. 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 Baito.
There we go. We learn things. We are learning things.
Biku. Baito ga anukedo. Biku. Baito ga anukedo mai.
And because I have glottal stops already,
Baito ga anukedo mai ya. Baito ga anukedo mai ya. Biku. Baito. Biku. Baito ga リクバイトがリクバイトが抜け止ま
Okay, that is the sound that I was waiting for. So, back in just a moment. And we're back. Sorry about that. Yeah. Uh, hey Zane, welcome in. Glad to have you here. We're doing singing robot shit. Um, this was originally going to be an answering your mixing questions and tuning questions, but it kind of turned into let's make a let's make a cover. So that's what we're doing. Doing some micro tuning. That probably won't amount to anything, but it looks cool anyway. Yes. We're doing an Utsupi cover right now. Because Utsupi's the goat. Let's see. So that's not even okay.
Adiku baito ga nuketo mai ya.
Okay. That looks good. That looks good. And that down.
Ito ga nuketo mai ya.
Everybody's favorite.
Keto mai ya. Nuketo mai ya.
There's a frequency in there that's hurting my ears.
Nuketo mai ya. Cake cake in the cake in the hono cam. cake in the hole, no come at them. Oh, no come at them. Come at the man. Come at the man ninja. The man ninja. Man ninja. Man ninja. Ninja. Chonama. 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 Gusa. Chonama. Gusa. Shaggy. Chonama. Gusa. Shaggy. ちょい生臭いグリラ J-POP ちょい生臭いグ
Hmm.
ちょい生臭いグリラ J-POP J-POP
Manual vibratos, because why not? I keep forgetting that I'm streaming right now.
J-POP は J-POP J-POP はポップはダメだこりゃ
Not an Anutsupi song, that's for sure. One can never have too much vibrato, just like in general, but especially not in an Anutsupi song.
ダメだこりゃコスミコスミコスミ コスミやばスミやばやば取るの取るのはまうさう UTAU. 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 Oh. Oh. Guacamole.
I think it's about time for a playthrough with the music. So we can get an idea of where we are with this. So, unmute. This may get a little loud, so headphone warning.
Ôi rồi mà cứ đi mà chỉ nhận bài ya. Một cái nan đi đó có những nhà mai ya. Anh đi cứ bay tôi cả anh cứ tôi mai ya. Cái kinh tâm hồn nó cả mặt tâm anh ya. Trôi nằm mà cứ sai cứ đi la. Đây có bùa mẹ ta có ya. Có mi ya ba. Có bùa wa ma. Sa UTAU. Guacamole. Inimona. Amega hunu yoni. Guacamole. Inimona. Kazega fugu yoni UTAU.
That chorus needs a little bit of work, but that's okay. I think that is a solid bass line. Very nice. Very nice. I like it. I think for right now, what I'm going to do is I'm definitely going to mute the scream line and the extra line. And since I don't tune my harmonies, I'm gonna mute those two.
Wakemo.
Time for lazy tuning.
Wake.
Yay, lazy tuning. Okay, there's that part.
Wakemona.
Ew. Ew. I don't think I like that.
Wakemona.
That's better. For anyone else out there that was here earlier, that's what I'm talking about with overtuning. You can overtune just as much as you can undertune.
Wakemona. Monaku. Amy.
Oh, I've done some parameter adjustments already, like to the voicing and to the tension, yes. So this isn't like raw, but it's pretty much raw. But I have gone through and I did do the voicing parameters and the tension to figure out what sounds correct. I kind of set those to defaults for hi-fi sampler.
Amy. Il mimo. Il mimo. Il mimona. Il mimona.
However, you do give me an idea, Zane. Um, so what tension does is that it does add some clarity, but it also adds a little bit of loudness, which is necessary in hi-fi sampler because it kind of nerfs any power banks.
Il mimona.
Hmm. But yeah, I've noticed that in Hi-Fi Sampler that it has a tendency to nerf power banks. So what tension does is it kind of brings some of that back.
muna.
And for that reason, damn it, particularly with Roko's strong bank, I noticed that there was a really kind of lack of power. Plus, it also muffles it and muddies it. Like, I'll set tension to 0 here real quick. So
Inni muna.
it may not be as clear on stream, but it does actually muffle that quite a bit. Voicing, the voicing parameter, as far as what I can tell, is like how clear or how much there's actually, well, voicing, like whether or not it's a breathy sample or if it's a devoiced sample or something like that.
Inni muna.
Actually kind of like that better. Hang on, let me cook.
Wake muna. Inni muna.
Let's devoice this.
Wake muna. Inni muna.
Up and down and up again. No, down the yucky bunny, always, chuck and chuck. Oh, gotta be careful. I might get copyright stricken.
Inni muna.
For anybody who's watching VOD or watching live, what I'm doing here is that I'm doing a slow trail up because that in the original that's more natural sounding, and we also have these nice provided gliding vibrato where we have a rise in strength and then a fall off, um, which sounds really nice with the gliding pitch as well. So
Wake muna. Inni muna. Abe ga furu yo ni.
I think that actually the breathiness is adding some clarity. I can't tell if it's the breathiness or the... No, voicing should be default. Yeah, okay, voicing is defaulted. Um, yeah, it's got to be the breathiness then that's adding some clarity.
Wake muna. Inni muna. Abe ga furu yo ni. Abe ga.
That sounds cached. I could use a G flag to force it to reread the cache, but do I want to do that? Kemonak, himimonak, Alega, Omega, Puru, Yoni. Omega. Yeah, I guess I will. Sometimes it can. Sometimes it depends on how well known the song is. And that's not one of Shiny's more well known songs, so I don't know. I don't know. I'm also just kind of worried ever since I got a couple of copyright strikes already because of cover work. Um, not anything like super serious because like nobody cares about singing robot, but I mean serious enough that I try to be as diligent as I can. Oh yeah, I gotta reset the agenda. You've yeed your last haul, partner. I really don't like the fact that you can tell where that's blended.
Omega. Omega. Omega.
Mm, wait, is
Omega.
oh no, I totally understand how that goes. Hokagobi. Welcome back. We've switched songs since you were last here.
Omega. Omega.
It's Miku Sabbath by Utsupi.
Omega. Yo.
Because I was looking through files that I had to mix, and I didn't really have a good one to use as a mixing point. So, um,
Yoni.
so I was like, this is a cover that I've been meaning to do anyway, so I need to get on it. Okay. Still in key.
Yoni.
Do, 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 do. Noe, noe, downy, akipani, oe, oe, chakama jog. Noe, noe, uppy, akipani, oe. Just turn
な雨が降るように
Bro does be breathing though. Yoop-a-doop. Yep, Zane's in chat. Say hi. That's oomph. Zane's been one of my oomphs for a while now, actually.
雨が降るようにわけもなく意味もなく
What is different about that? Oh, I'm dumb. So I was like, why does that sound different? Oh, trust me when I say he's got 128 breath samples, so. Bro is breathing. Breathing in the voice sampler. Oh boy. Things are chugging along. Holy cow. What is happening? Something is eating up all of my CPU. What is going on here? It's probably my VTuber, honestly. Oh wow, we are chugging hard, chat. Of course people remember you, Zane. Dream on, Zane, Chihuahua, UTAU. People should remember you. Like, geez. Okay. Something is eating up like all of my CPU. And I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, there we go. It was just Hi-Fi Sampler. Hi-Fi Sampler got overloaded. She needed a rest.
わけわけもなく意味もなく
We just gotta wait for Hi-Fi Sampler to restart. Meantime, this is a hydration alert. Everybody hydrate. That means you too, Crow, lurking in the background. It is difficult to get going. I've got mine running in a virtual environment, so that's what's causing it to be kind of chuggy, little chuggy, but you know what? A hard monster is not a water.
おいおい祭りマジやばいや星種も聞き涙そりゃやばいやアリクバイトがあるけどまいやケーキの炎がまたマリンやちょい生臭いグリラ J-POP はダメだこりゃコスミリャバ取るのはまさあ歌おうわけもなく意味もなく雨が降る
Excuse me.
雨 雨
You want to try that again? Oh, I have vocal fry samples, but basically you take the vocal fry sample and you do a pitch line really far down at the start, and that engages the vocal fry. But you have to use a resampler that is compatible with vocal fries. Um, Here I'm using tips through the resampler switcher in OpenUTAU because tips really likes vocal fries.
Big.
Hmm, I know how to fix this. Damn it, not. Hmm, need this. Thank you. There we go.
Omega. 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 Who do you need?
Um, Failed to resample. Hmm, I'm not sure what that would be. Zane, do you have any ideas, or Crow, why it would say failed to resample errors? Did you, okay, real quick, did you grab the 0.0.6 version of Hi-Fi Sampler? Because that's kind of important. They fixed a lot of things in that version. You also might, I mean, I don't want to sound elitist, and I promise I mean this in the best way possible, but your PC might struggle with it if you use a lower end PC. Um, so that also might be a part of the thing. Right. Let's go ahead and get this going. All right, gang. Let's hear what the work sounds like so far.
Ôi đôi mắt cứ đi mắt gì anh bay ya. Một cái năng đi đó có những nhà mai ya. Anh đi cứ bay tôi cả anh cứ tôi mai ya. Cái kinh tâm hồn nó cả mặt bên mà ninja. Trôi nằm mà cứ xa cứ đi la. Day of the Kameda kodia. Kotsumi yaba. Toru no wa ma. Sauda o. Wakemona. Imimona. Omega funu yoni. Wakemona. Imimona. Kaze ga fuku yoni utau.
Not bad. Not bad. Not good. Not great. Not bad. Oh, thank you. You're too kind. You mean da 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 damn, as the original lyrics say. I am just going to cheat, and y'all aren't going to say anything because it's my stream. This UST in particular, no. I have made USTs in the past, however. This UST, I believe, is by PPU. It wouldn't surprise me. Let's see. Um, no. It is by Code 41 Den. So do not redistribute or claim it as your own. I do not claim it as my own. I did not make the sequence itself. Um, but I have made my own USTs before, which are available for download at my website. No, they're not. They're not up there yet. That part's under construction. So anyway, basically, if you have repeating refrains, polka, and you've already tuned one part, you can just copy and paste it. It's super nice. Okay, yeah, fair. I mean, just flex on them, I guess. I mean, my thought process is that you you get into it what you get out of it what you put into it. And me personally, I just don't have time to sit here and try to MIDI all of this bullshit. So I just edit what's already there to suit my needs. 風が吹くように。気もなく、身もなく、風が吹くように歌う。Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Do that. So now I'm going to teach you a trick. A trick, I say. So we see how this right here, I don't have vocal fries that are connected to consonants, so we're going to connect it to a consonant because I said so. I'm going to turn the decay all the way up, and then we're going to turn the voicing all the way down. We get something that looks like that. But I don't like that. I don't like how that looks, so I'm going to turn it down. And we're going to drag out. We're going to blend it, kind of like that.僕たちがトリック学んで知ってるよ。雨雨風が意味もな風が降るように歌う僕たちがトリック学んでくれる。We learn a trick. It's kind of hard to hear it behind the music, so I'm gonna mute the off vocal track. And I think we can afford just a little bit of voicing as a treat. Kaze, kaze. We'll turn this up just a bit more. Kaze ga. And we'll add some more breath to it. Kaze. Kaze ga. Kaze ga. And I think to complete the illusion, Kaze. We'll mess around with the velocity a little bit. Kaze ga furu yo ni utau. Oh yeah, the harmonies on the I will say that Code 41 did amazing on the harmonies on this. And like the tuning, actually, the original tuning wasn't bad either. It's just not my tuning, so I don't like using it. Because I'm a prima donna like that. UTAU! 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 And I think with that, I'm probably gonna bounce this down and just mix like this first part for the mixing tutorial. Wakemona, igmimona, kaze ga furu yo ni utau. I can actually let that trail off a little bit. Actually, we don't have that much more, I don't think, in this track. Well, thank you. I have to agree, like furloids, for whatever reason, I don't understand it, but furloids, we put a lot of effort into the banks, and it shows. Um, like my boy here, I've recorded an entire Death Voice CVVC bank for him. So let's see. Yeah, we actually don't have much because it repeats a lot of the things here, like the phrases. All right, chat. Did we finish? Do we go ahead and finish it up and do a full cover, or do we just do a partial cover? Because I've already done the screen parts. Did those previously. The full cover. All right, this one vote for full. Kasane Teto comes in with a baguette. I don't know whether that is a full cover or not, but sure. I can't blame her. I got a baguette the other day, and like I just sat there and ate the whole thing with a little bit of prosciutto. But I have the energy for a full cover. Yeah, we got energy. We got time. Um, let me just double check something here. Okay, it is 11 o'clock here. All right. So because the refrain here is the basically the same thing here, because it's still Wakemonak, Imimonak. A lot of the tuning is pretty much going to be the same. It's just the lyrics that are going to be changing. Um, well, see, I don't blame you, Zane. I'm honestly, if I was the type of person to tune my harmonies, then probably, but I bury them in the mix so much that they like any tuning that I would actually do with them. Yeah, 11 p.m. Well, my regular time off, like when I'm actually going to sleep, is like I don't know, 4, 5 in the morning, give or take. Um, so this is still small cookies for me. Um, okay. So I do have to go check on something. And when I come back, I will go ahead and I will wrap up the UST. So should not be long, no longer than like 10 to 15 minutes, give or take. But in the event that it takes longer, I apologize in advance. But I will be right back. And we're back. Yeah, that took less time than I thought. Yeah, 4 to 5 in the morning, Zane. 4 to 5 in the morning. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. So this is just the same part. So we can just delete and paste. Control C, Control V. Alrighty. Nice and easy. Control C, Control V work. Sega Fuku. Alrighty. And Kazega. I love copying and pasting. Where do you? Oh God, you started a weird place. All right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 130, 9, 128. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Okay. And that's muted.
風が吹くように
All right. do 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 do. How to make a voice bank sound softer or tighter? Yes, actually, I do, because I did it with More Sampler. I'll have to pull up the UST, but I do have some tips on that. When you have to get up for work, yeah, I worked a job like that once. I hated it. Um, it was pure hell. No shade to my boss if she decides that she wants to watch my VODs for whatever reason, but um, yeah, that job just wasn't for me, and that's totally fine. Well, my former boss, as it were. um, but yeah, that job just wasn't for me, and yeah, More Sampler is super fun. I gotta be honest, I wish that this song sounded better with More Sampler. I do love More Sampler. Tips. Just a tip. Is that a Ray Williams Johnson reference in 2025? Let's see here. Yeah, I used to watch Ray William Johnson like almost religiously. Um, so I'm gonna do something a little differently this time. I'm gonna forego the vocal fry, and I'm gonna go instead for something just as cheeky, little cheeky breaky, breaky doo, breaky doo. Aikiru yoni. And I like to use the playhead marker as a way to kind of remember where I need to put things. That's just personal preference. Also, we're getting into the time of the evening when the yeehaw accent decides that it's going to make its appearance. How you doing? So the lyric here is Tadai Kiru Yoni. Brownies and they're fucking lit? Hell yes. Love that. I'm not a big sweets person, but I'm happy for you.
May I? Tadaiki
But I did not put ta here. I use za instead. And what it does is that it allows me to mess around with the velocity to get a little bit more emotional of a sound. So instead of just tadaikiru yoni, we can get tadaikiru yoni. Waiting for Thanksgiving for your sweets? Hell yes. Hell yes. We love. Listen, nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. No, but nothing beats Thanksgiving sweets. Like, let's be honest. America! Fuck yeah!
Tadaiki Tada Tada
I don't think I really like too much velocity.
Tadaiki Yoni Yoni Yoni
Crow referencing a DS Crow video. Gregory, I mean this in the kindest way possible, but Faz, fuck it. The Pizzaplex is losing money, and I need money.
Tadaiki Yoni Wakemo
All right. Oh yeah, we have a key change here. Iki o suru yo ni utau. Um, but yeah, there's no real right or wrong way to do this. It's just basically down to how much effort you're willing to put into it. And apparently, I am willing to put in a lot of effort. Like, I've always said that, just because my tuning style works for me doesn't mean that it's going to work for you. It might work if my sound is what you're going for, but if not, then, it's obviously not going to work. So, we are going to We're going to work with what we've got.
Igmimona. Igmimona.
We're going to ignore the fact that he squeaked. Nobody heard that. All right, so we have a slight problem here where this ending part is really loud and it's just an ending breath. We're just going to turn her down. She needs to chill. And we're going to bring this up, fade it out, volume down. You just want to kind of get something that looks like a fade out. And if you don't know what a fade out looks like, it looks like that. Looks like that. So yeah, I think we're actually done tuning now. And we're ready to do a full listen. Editing subbanks is hard. Yeah, it can be. Voice colors do make the UTAU experience a little better, I will say. All right, so we're going to, right as soon as I remember what we're doing. All right. Here we go. Full listen, everybody. I'll still mute this part, though.
Ôi đôi mắt cứ đi mắt gì anh bay ya. Một cái năng đi đó có nhà nhà mai ya. Anh đi cứ bay tôi cả anh cứ tôi mai ya. Cái kinh tâm hồn nó cả mắt tâm ninja. Trôi nằm cứ sai cứ đi la. Đây có bùa. Kamera có ya. Có sự mi ya ba. Có được nó wa ma. Sa u ka o. Wakemona. Inimona. Abega hunu yomi. Wakemona. Inimona. Abega fuku yomi utau. Wakemona, inimona, abega hunu yomi. Wakemona, inimona, abega fuku yomi. Wakemona, inimona, tadaiki yomi.
I just spotted an error. And that is why we do the full listen. Which, I mean, it's just good practice to do a full listen before you export anyway. All right. I'm satisfied with that. Okay, now to bounce it down. And then comes my favorite part, mixing. I love mixing. Yeah, Miku Sabbath is a banger. A head banger. Huh? Huh? All right. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, now we have to hope that FL Studio does not break everything and that you guys are going to be able to hear everything. So we whisper a quiet prayer to the streaming gods as we launch FL Studio. Okay, are we back? I can't tell. Okay, yeah, we're back. We're so back. Okay, so I think that you guys should be able to hear everything. So this is in fact using a vocal remover track, which is not my favorite, but you know, we make do. Um, all right, so excuse me. Going to have quite a few things going on here. And I'm going to try to be as thorough as I possibly can, but I'm also not going to waste a whole bunch of time. We talk. Um, yeah, exactly. um, it's actually at the ASIO drivers that mess everything up. So hopefully the stream just lost audio for just like a second instead of like y'all not being able to hear me at all right now. Just that is my hope anyway. So all right, I'm going to play just a sample of this so that you guys can confirm if you do or do not hear. All right, did we hear music? We should have, because it says on my levels here in OBS that we have audio. So I am hoping that ASIO did not hijack things. And oh, okay, perfect, perfect, amazing, amazing. All right, so the part that I muted down here, it's just because it's repeated throughout the beginning part here. And I want to throw some effects on that first before we dive into that. Whoa, not quite. All right, so we're going to take this and we're going to make it unique. All right, so now we need to get things set up so that we can mix. The first thing that I like to do is I like to designate my channels. So I'm going to have a main. We have two harmony tracks, so I'm going to do harm. Let's see. Do I want to do two separate harm tracks? No. I'll just do a main harm track. And then effects. And then we have instrumental, which I'll go ahead and I'll route. And then we have that. So this is going to be box main. And we're going to perhaps. You can't just say perhaps. I can if I want to. Route to this track only. And we're going to undo the routing here, route it back over here. Okay. So I know that that moved a little fast, so just bear with me here. Um, Basically, what I've done here is I've taken the main, the harmony, and any other vocal tracks, and I've kind of put them down to where they're just outputting here on box main. I'm going to be turning this down, and then I'll be side chaining it to the instrumental here. Now, on the instrumental here, what I want to do is I want to really bring it out. I want to bring it forward. Um, there's multiple different ways to do this. It depends on your DAW. Most DAWs have some kind of side chaining preset or side chaining method. You would have to check that on your DAW. The way that you do it in FL Studio is through Fruity Limiter. This is just the way that I do it. There's probably another way, but this is just the way that I do it, and this is how I've done it. And well, I like to think that I halfway know what I'm doing anyway. Um, so what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to add a compression ratio on the main or on the instrumental of about 2.5, I think. So I want the attack to, I want it to just kind of like gradually turn down the volume as the lyrics come in or as any vocals come in. And what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and probably throw a limiter on each of the vocal tracks. So we're going to do that real quick. Actually, no, I'm gonna work on these one at a time so that nobody gets overwhelmed, especially me. Okay, so we have two main tracks here. Now there's a part here where it's bouncing back and forth between two tracks, and I kind of want this part here to be separated and kind of echoey almost. So what I'm thinking that we do here is that we will go ahead and make this part unique as a sample. So I'm going to just go in here with my knife tool and just isolate this part here. And we're going to make it unique, and we'll just call it main bridge or pre-chorus. And then main 2 is only really used in tandem with this, so it doesn't really need anything else. We'll just make sure that it's timed up correctly with the instrumental realistically. And then I'm going to move this down onto a muted track for right now, just so that I can work on the rest of this, because I'll probably do this last or next to last. All right, so the first thing that we want to do is take these parts here, and we want to square them up with the beats here. Now I am not working in the same BPM as the instrumental. You can set that if you want to. Sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. It just depends on my mood, really. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one and I'm going to put it down here. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I lied. I'm sorry. Um, so where these tracks have overlap with the incoming main, we want to make sure that they get to where they need to be. So what we're going to do is we're going to take, okay, they're already routed to here. So I'm going to go ahead and add a limiter. Side chaining is a tricky beast. Now you can use Fruity Compressor in FL Studio. You can just use Fruity Multiband Compressor. This is the way that I found that works for me. And there's one thing to be said about working in FL Studio is that you will find what works for you, and you will die before you give it up. I'm not even kidding. Um, so we're gonna start here. I know it doesn't sound that impressive yet, but just give me, let me cook. Let me cook. Next thing that we're going to add is we're going to add some reverb, and I like to make big reverb. Turn the wet up, high cut down, decay down. For this, these are more like chamber vocals, so I can leave that. I can leave a little bit. Nice. All right, now we're going to add some delay. And the wet verb. Absolutely. I love my wet verb. And so now I'm going to add some delay. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just kind of start with stereoized preset in Fruity Delay. This is a stereo. It's supposed to be a stereo delay model that'll kind of make things sound a little bit wider. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually turn the wet down on it. And we're also going to cut the cutoff pretty far down too. Now it is still kind of crunchy, and I kind of want that, but at the same point in time I kind of really don't. But in the original, Miku sounded like she was talking through a radio. So how do we get that? We just apply the radio parametric EQ. And it falls into the background very, very nicely. So, now one thing I forgot. I forgot we have screen vocals this time. So, I'll show how we handle those here in just a little bit. And I'm going to go ahead and just route everything else. I think that, yeah, we'll just, okay, yeah. And you, of course, don't have to work with presets. You can always just build your own. Like, all of this is easily doable pretty much within any DAW. It's just Fruity Loops is my poison of choice because I paid for it. So, yeah, this is a non-pirated version of Fruity Loops of FL Studio. So, I know. Ooh, fancy pants, Rich McGee over here. Fuck you. Spelling BS. Um, anyway, um, okay, so, man, this is going to be hard to time code. He got buried. F's in the chat. They buried my boy. And I think I want it. You spilled the monster on your keyboard. F's in chat for Crow's keyboard. Okay. There was definitely a peak in there. So, when you're working with vocals, just kind of in general, it's a good idea to pretty much roll off entirely anything that is below 100 hertz. You can either do this with a low shelf or a high pass. I don't personally have a recommendation as to one over the other. It's just, yeah. In FL Studio, we have the ability to set the band curve in the EQ. So I'm going to set it at about 75 hertz to cut out a lot of the, basically a lot of the noise. And we already hear that it's a little bit clearer. Let me just bypass. It's subtle, but it is there. So now what we want to do is we want to boost our warm frequencies. These are going to be mostly your mids. Now, if you're working with a voice bank that has a little bit lower of quality, I'm sorry, it happens. It happens. But if you're working with some voice banks that have a little bit lower of quality, what you can do is that you can thin out this band here and reduce it by about, I'd say, no more than 5.5 decibels, around the 450 to 500 range. But you don't want to cut out too much because then you're going to start sounding You're going to lose the meat. So nobody likes lost meat. Anyway, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to about 580. Hmm. In my previous recordings and renderings, I've found that this kind of shape is about what I want things to look like. And we will get a little bit of a clarity boost when we go into the mastering stage as well. So, I also need to add a little bit of reverb because reverb is like the sauce. I mean, it is absolutely 100% the sauce when it comes to just about anything dealing with vocals. I like a nice big room with a lot of diffusion. But see, that's too much. So we're going to bring the wet level down. So mixing is making sure that the levels that mixing is going to be where you're going to be doing a lot of your effects work on the individual tracks themselves and making sure that they flow together. Mastering, which is the step that a lot of people don't really talk about, is making sure that everything falls within a dynamic range that is pleasant. This is where you're going to be listening to your finals and things like that. So, um, so that's going to be a really critical kind of moment there, where you're doing your mixing like this right here. What I'm doing right here, applying the effects and doing levels and things like that. That is considered mixing. The mastering portion is when I'm going to be attuning the voice main to the instrumental through the master channel. So because like basically what I'm doing right now is I'm taking these tracks right here and these tracks right here and piping them into the main. So it's like kind of mastering, but not really, but it's mostly mixing and just making sure that these levels are where I need them to be. And then once I have that part figured out, then I'll blend the Vox main with the instrumental into the master, because the master is also a track in and of itself, which I don't think I want to put anything on it right this second. It'll make a little bit more sense when I start the mastering process, but you see how just that little bit of reverb has brought things forward. And yeah, because like if I bypass it, it sounds nice, but it doesn't have any staging. So the reverb gives it that kind of staging. Makes it sound like it's recorded in a room versus just a raw render. So this is what actually gives you those frequencies that you hear in the lower portion of like the frequency spectrum, that reverb that you want. Now there is a thing as reverb that you want and reverb you don't want. You don't want reverb when you're recording. When you're recording your voice bank, you absolutely do not want reverb. However, when you're mixing your track down, a little bit of reverb can give a little bit more body to the vocals. I hope that made sense and wasn't just a word salad. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go in with Fruity Delay again, and I'm gonna actually use the diffused. Gotta get an idea for where the timing is. Oh, absolutely. I've done that before too. I've been like, damn, this song sounds okay, but it would really sound great with this voice bank. Uh, and I know that Crow has also done that with original songs too. This is actually one of his lamentations as of recent. So, do y'all want me to show you the secret sauce? Do I dare show you the secret sauce? Because if you blink, you'll miss it. Okay, so I'm going to use a different plugin in the end. Okay, yeah, that is absolutely fair. That is absolutely fair, Crow. Sauce. I guess Zane left for the night, so didn't even have the courtesy to say goodbye. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you guys the free VST that you can use that can take this up an amazing level. This is a program, this is a VST if it'll load, called Wider. It takes up a little bit. It's by Polyverse. But this is Wider. And what it does is that it actually makes your stuff wider. So let's say for these vocals, I want them to be like, oh, okay, when it comes to vocals, a lot of it has to deal with staging. And staging is basically what, like, where you can, oh, you've seen Wider before and never knew how to get it to work. Okay, yeah. It's a VST, so you install it and then you get it working in basically any kind of DAW or DAW or digital audio workstation that supports VSTs. But yeah, Wider is your friend. So it starts off at 0 and you can basically kind of dial in how wide that you want the sound to be. What I was saying is staging. Sound in general is all about staging. When you put on a pair of like quality headphones, you should be able to point out where different instruments are sat because of staging. And that's what sets a professional producer apart from like a bedroom producer sometimes. However, as a bedroom producer, you have the ability to simulate staging, and that is through panning and volume. Basically, what Wider does is that it takes a monaural track and it will play it out in a effectively wider um, stance or like manner to kind of show you, kind of demonstrate what I'm talking about here. We'll hear the raw, and mind you, we're on the main. And as we go along here, what I'll do is that I'll turn up Wider. So for this track, if I was going to use Wider, I would probably set it at about 45. And then we have a low bypass here, which means that there's certain frequencies that will not be widened. This also controls your staging, because if you have lower frequencies that are not widened and higher frequencies that are widened, the sound sounds closer. You can actually hear it moving if you listen through stereo headphones. So, case in point example, kind of sounds like he's behind you, and now he's moving in front of you. And we go back. It's backward. If you've ever wondered how they do that 8K walking around in your head, it's with a plugin like Wider. So basically what it's doing is it's taking that monaural track and it's staging it in stereo. So that's just a nice little secret sauce technique. It's a stereo splitter. Always, always, always split your stereo. You will absolutely be blown away by the difference that it makes in your mixes, in your covers, especially when you bounce it down, when you render your full track, especially if you render it in high quality, then you will be amazed at the difference that just this one little trick does. This is your secret sauce. So, I have shared part of the production world knowledge base. Now, me personally, I do like Wider, but I don't like the way that it sounds all the time. So I am instead going to use Fruity Stereo Shaper. And I found that there's a preset that works for me. It works for me, and yeah, I can just click and go. So now, if we go back, shit is wide. Absolutely. I think honestly, I kind of like the way that wider sounded better than stereo shaper. So we're actually going to go off course here, and we're going to stick with wider. And we'll set it right about there.
おいごい祭り町やばいや星種も危険なみだそりゃ山やありくバイトが抜けとまいや景気の炎がまたまにや
All right. So now let's move on to this affected part. Because if we listen to the original, Miku Sabbath, which I'm only going to play like this part of it so that I don't get copyright stricken. Where was it? Oh no, I'm exposing myself as a fake Utsup fan. I can't remember which album it was on. Wait, it was... No, it wasn't. It wasn't Diarrhea. Ah, here we go. It was Algorithm. So, if we listen to the original, all right, I'm gonna try to get it. Okay, first of all, if I'm not mistaken, I think I was EP. And you already know how I get when I'm EP. So, let's see. We need to apply some... Is there a way I can pan it? Hmm. I think what I'm going to need to do, actually, because I didn't notice this at first. Oh, I know you're just teasing. You sillies. Um, I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to divide just because I can.
ちょい生臭ちょい生臭ちょい生臭シャイングちょい生臭シャイングリラ J-POP はダメだこりゃちょい生臭シャイングリラ J-POP はダメだこりゃどつみやば取るのはまさ歌おう
And we're just going to take this. Okay. All right. I think I know exactly what to do here. And we will absolutely do that. But first, I have something else that I need to handle. So I shall return in just a moment. Right as soon as I get these routed correctly.
ちょい生臭シャイングリラ J-POP は
And if I'm moving too quickly or if you have any questions, definitely let me know. I think what I want is this, and I'd like for my reverb on this to be a little bigger.
ちょい生臭シャイングリラ J-POP はダメだこりゃどつみやば取るのはまさ歌おう
All right. We're getting up to the screen part, so I will be right back. And we're back. And we're back again. Sorry about the interruptions, everybody. Not that anybody asked, but I am a caretaker, and sometimes I have to step away. So that's just how it be. And that's okay. We'll get there. Anyway, when we left off, we were fixing up the pre-chorus.
ちょい生臭いシャングリラ J-POP はダメだこりゃコスミギャバ取るのはまあさう
I think I want this part here to fade in. So I'm going to take my little pencil tool. I'm going to drag it over to the right, and we're going to fade it in.
さうたおわけもな意味もな雨が降るようにわけもな
And I'm just going to teeth a little bit. And I think for this one, for the harmonies, we turn up the reverb just a little bit.
わけもな意味もな風が吹くように歌うわけもな意味もな雨が降るようにわけもな意味もな風が吹くよ
Okay, that sounds nice. Sounds good. Now we're going to try to fix the we're going to try to fix the scream. I forgot to do something. 1 sec. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, I had forgotten to do something related to the thing I was talking about. Anyway, so we are cooking. Now, one thing that I like to do with harmonies is I like to pan them slightly left and slightly right if I have the agency to be able to do so. Like in this case, we have 2 harmony tracks, so I pan one slightly to the left, one slightly to the right, and turn up the reverb. I think I want them to be a little bit more wide.
君もな雨が降るように
Yeah, I like that. So now we need to go ahead and we need to take care of these screams. So the way that I do my screams is that I throw some reverb on them and I just basically let them go. That's really about it. I'm going to turn up all the knobs.
Wakemona ingmimo Wakemona ingmimona Amega furu yoni Wakemona.
Now I'm going to do something a little crazy here because I want to. And I am actually going to add a preset. I'm going to add 2 reverbs.
Wakemona ingmimona Amega furu yoni Wakemona ingmimona Kazega. Wakemona ingmimona Kaze ga fuku yo ni utau.
All right, now let's hear how the vocals sound. All right, so for this part here, we don't really need the chamber. And we're going to create an automation clip. So this is actually some useful information for anyone who works with automation clips. Basically what they will do is that they will go ahead and they will automate different parts, different aspects of the whatever they're assigned to. Yes, those are words. So like in this case, on this wah that happens, I kind of want the chamber effect, but on this part here throughout the verse, I'm not, or throughout the bridge as it were, then I do not want that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually turn down the mixing level on that so that and the reason I don't really want it is because as we can hear, it comes in a little too saturated, and even with the mix, it doesn't sound great. So we're going to create another automation clip right here that just kind of almost immediately cuts it down. And we'll We'll zoom in nice and close. Everybody get comfortable. Because I want almost none, but I'd still want some. And then I can just take that and I can put it right here over this next part. Pretty much any part right here that has a long note, I want it to not have that chamber reverb. So we're turning it down. Alrighty. And I believe that is the scream track done. I think that what I will do is that I will add a de-esser. Right as soon as I remember where Patcher is. There we go. And we're going to use Intelligent De-esser.
Wakeもな意味もな雨が降るようにわけもな意味もな風が吹くようにわけもな意味もなただ生きるようにわけもな意味もなく息をするように歌う
And we go back to grab this and put it right here.
歌う歌う歌う
All right, so now this just leaves this part. And I think for this part, we need to go ahead and give it its own track. And this is going to sound weird, but this is what we want to do. We want to actually want to apply two different effects here. We want to use the old telephone preset and set it up so that we have a lot of those high frequencies, and then we want to cut them out. We want to cut out some of the lower parts of that. Could I just do this with one? Yeah, I could, probably. I don't know. Yeah, it's too many questions. But we're going to use a high pass filter, and we're going to try to cut out some of that buzzy mess. So what we want to do for this is we want to turn the decay way up. Maybe not that high. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a little bit of a noise gate to try to get rid of some of those upper frequencies. Okay. Okay. There's still some ringing, and I don't really like that. There we go. That sounds pretty much perfect. Ooh, okay, so we have a very unique situation here. So what we need to do here is we gotta actually cut the entire sound down. So we're going to create an automation clip, and I'm going to copy this value, and what we're going to do is we're going to put that right there, paste in value, bring that all the way down. So this is a 1 frame cutoff. Actually, what we can do is we can raise the cutoff, we can raise the level, and we can raise the wet output because there is a little bit of delay.
Just
Not bad. Not bad. Just a couple little cleanup things left to do, and we'll be on to mastering. Okay. Okay. All right. That sounds okay. Um Now I remember why I don't use wider. Because it kind of has a tendency to fry some of my vocals. So I'm going to instead substitute Fruity Stereo Shaper, and I'm going to use Stereo Eyes. That sounds better. Okay, so now we're on to mastering. Which realistically, I'm just gonna throw like a limiter, basically, on the vocal master, on the vocal main. And we'll go with So that weird trick that I did to get the pseudo vowels or the pseudo vocal fry, something messed up with it and it doesn't sound nice. So what I'm doing is splicing it. And that did not go according to plan, so I'm going to turn this down. So we're going to have to splice this again, unfortunately. But that's fine. We know what we're doing most of the time. It would help if I would splice the right thing. Chat, can we blame it on me being tired as to why that happened? Like, will y'all let me have that? So that means over here, but I also deleted the wrong thing. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. I love when my automation clips don't work. Super fun, super fun.
Cha-cha-cha.